Hey everybody, it's Andy here, aka Montolio, and we're back for Vintage Challenge, and we're going to go back to our trusty blue-black Lurrus Demir, or Lurrus Control, excuse me. And I've been playing with Flow State over the last number of days in Big Blue, and I found it to be pretty good overall, although I did play it in the Vintage Challenge yesterday to a 4-2, and really the Flow State and stock up didn't come up for me, and the times that stock up did come up, I was just getting it countered as I was tapping out for it. I was playing with full mocks, and long and short of it, I think there's two things going on in Vintage right now. People are very excited about Flow State, and understandably so. I do think it is a decent card, despite I think it does require some setup. And I'm not sure that tapping out on your turn to cast Flow State is where we want to be right now. And I'll come back to why in a second. And Flow State's going to be out there, and I am expecting to see a little bit of a resurgence in Doomsday today. I know that there's been a number of people that have put up 5-0s with Flow State Doomsday recently, and probably a reasonable shell there, despite I do think that Flow State thrives a little bit more when you have fast mana to be able to cast it versus having to wait till turn two perhaps to cast a Flow State when you haven't had an opportunity to set it up maybe. And the second thing is that Flow State uh, does not seem to be conducive in a world of Jewel and Raker. My experience over the last week playing with Flow State is that despite you can beat those aforementioned decks, it's very difficult, and especially when you're on the draw, because they are so fast and explosive that you are very light on counter magic. I mean, you've got maybe 4 Force of Wills and a couple negations, and if you're on the draw, those spell pierces are not coming into play against those decks. And if you don't have a counter spell, you're pretty much dead. And I, I've lost to them a number of times, and I just find it's too slow. Long and short of it is it might be just too slow for the current metagame right now. And thus, that's why I'm modeling back to my blue-black Lurrus control build, because I feel like I have a pretty good matchup against Jewel and Raker, and against Flow State. If you're against whatever Flow State deck that you're playing against, I have so many counter spells in my deck that there's if given the right opportunity, I have the option of countering a key Flow State. So that's not to say it's not an impactful card or it's not going to be good against me. There's a lot of variables that come into play with something like that. But I just think that this deck is more well positioned against people fooling around with Flow State right now. I have built Demir control, Demir Lurrus control Flow State builds where you've got ponders and thought seizes and a mixture of lore and reveals to try and turn them on. And I haven't had an opportunity to test them today, but I think I'm audibling back towards this list. Um, because I think it's well positioned right now. There has also been a little bit of a resurgence in the last couple tournaments with mono white initiative, and I am addressing that in my sideboard. I am opting for a snuff out today that mix between dismember and snuff out. Of course, those cards are very good and help one of my deficiencies against things like Worm Coil and Argentum Masticores. Momentum Breaker, same thing, very good. Mirror, I like the long goodbye to be able to remove a key Lurrus or a frog or whatever be it. Uh, Mix of Graveyard Hate. I'm not crazy about Grafdigger's Cage and Lurrus because I want to be able to utilize my creatures in my graveyard. And when you have a cage, like, let's say you're up against a hollow one, my deck is not great at combating hollow ones. And if I'm blocking with Bowmasters to buy myself time and I'm not able to recur them because of a cage, you can just lose to them. So it is something that I found myself frustrated with, but it is a necessary evil and obviously very good against Dredge and certainly against uh, different breach decks. Consigns go without saying. We've got the Fatal Push, the extra piece of removal, and I like the free crypt. Sometimes when you get a Lurrus in a play, you just need a free removal spell for the graveyard, and Torment's Crypt fills that void. Not a whole lot more to say about this list. This is a well-known commodity and something I've played over the last couple of months where I've titrated to the very heavy control to be able to combat Raker and Jewel. But yeah, guys, please do like, comment, subscribe. We're going to see you in round one. Okay, guys, here we are in round one. Okay, no Lurrus reveal on the other side. I think this hand is fine. I guess it depends on what we're playing against. I'm going to take a peek. Okay. My hand doesn't line up great here. They lead with the trop. Okay. I'm going to get an Undercity Sewers here. Let's see if we can find a wasteland. I was going to say, hopefully they don't have an ancestral. I don't hate that, because I am going to wasteland them here. Did find a second land, unfortunately. I might just use a negation here and get a Bullmaster in and try and get going. They kept on top. Okay. I think we're very likely to see a flash here. Don't know that Days is getting a whole lot better here. Tough call whether I want to use the Undercity Sewer, because if I draw something like a frog here, I think I'm going to need the help. Three damage is not the worst, and there's a reasonable chance they don't have another land here and that they keep giving me orchard tokens. Okay, this does play around that. I mean, not much I can do. That's first spell. Second spell, okay. Mindbreak Trap on. We'll see if they fight here. If they have Fluster here, it's really bad for me, but I think I just hard cast the Mindbreak Trap here. And if I have to pitch, that's just the world I'm living in. I knew they had that. That was not very good for me. Force negation, force negation. So they have a stock up here. Okay. I could have fought over it, guys, but I have double counterspell here, so we just have to hope. Well, this does kill them, and I don't see why I wouldn't do it. Don't really have a phenomenal game against Oath from a sideboard perspective. I mean, we could bring in consigns to be able to hit triggers. I think Momentum Breaker is fine. Let's try something like this. Oath of Druids is a tough matchup for sure. I have to get a bit lucky they don't go off on me on turn one, unless they play into a trap. Yeah, that's kind of the nightmare scenario for me. I'm going to have a hard time winning here. We're going to play this first, the Underground Sea, because there's a reasonable chance we're going to use Spell Pierce. And hopefully next turn we'll have the option to use our Undercity Sewer. I think we'll defer that for now because we have an Ancestral. I think I'll let my opponent go about their business here. And if they want to force it, we'll hear. Saga's a nice draw because it allows me to get into a cage. Now they have had trouble getting lands here. I'm just wondering, do I want to Momentum Breaker them here? I think I'll hold up Force a Negation. versus trying to steal a card out of their hand here. What if they have Flusterstorm here? Don't really want to lose to Flusterstorm. It's a bit of a greedy line. They did not have Fluster. They do not have Mindbreak Trap on. Okay, they have one card hand, now two. Yeah, not good for me. All right. Oh, that worked out pretty nice for me. That's funny. I've never done that before. That was game if I didn't get it. I want to take their ability to abrupt decay me away. They have no cards. Okay, this ends up potentially working out for us. Where's my cages? I guess I didn't side my cages in. I guess I didn't actually sideboard. Well, that's going to cost me the game, unfortunately. That's really, really bad. Oh boy. Oops. I have consign here for the oath trigger. So 4, it'd be 12, and then the following turn, I'd hit them down to 4, perhaps. It's not quite enough, but if I treasure cruise, I liked how we played this game, other than the fact that my sideboarding didn't take. I just maybe forgot to click OK on my sideboard, or really weird. Interesting. I guess I just forgot to pull the cages in. Because consign on the trigger here is good, but I feel like I just have to try and win here. Take a deep breath. We're okay. Now we have to hope our consign trigger works here. Did. I could take them off blue here, but I may want the mana. I could pull Lurrus here and try and do momentum breaker stuff. I mean, we had this game wrapped up if I had the cage on my sideboard. Just brutal. Um, Everything was going brilliantly until that. So I just am not really in a position to strip here. All right. Not optimal, guys. They are at 4. Flusterstorm's kind of scary here. I'm not even going to be able to replay the momentum breaker this turn, unfortunately. So let's see what they take. A lot of good stuff there. The only saving grace that we have, and I don't think it's going to be enough, but is that we have some counter magic here to be able to fight theirs. So they took Trax Ancestral, Soul Ring, Orchard, stock up. Did not take Force of Will. Not take Beseiju. Not take Emerald. Trax or Force of Will. So those are the 5 that they took. Now Ancestral is pretty good. I wonder if they'll play the Soul Ring. We just have to hope they play into my trap here. I'm not even sure what we're going to end up doing. I need to find a Mox. Like a Lotus would be so good. Giving me the Orchard token is not bad either. And that's what I have. So what am I looking for here? A Black Lotus. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2 to sacrifice. So I need a Mox. A Mox will allow me to sacrifice the Momentum Breaker. Like to cast Lurrus, sacrifice a Momentum Breaker, recast a Momentum Breaker. So a Mox. Seal of Removal helps here. I mean, there's not a lot of stuff I can get, but there's some stuff. Interesting. I have 4 cards in hand. I kind of feel like I have to take that. Yeah. I guess Twister Bowmaster. Seal of Removal. Time Walk. Okay. I mean, I've got to get it to resolve first. But they're going to gain 7. It's going to put them up to 11. Bowmaster. Does it help? Even if I had found removal of some sort to kill one of my own creatures, I'm going to have to play faster here. I'm running out of time. Trying to salvage a game here that's not likely salvageable. Here we go. It's too many cards to get rid of here, given the time. Force of Will, Tropical Island, Vexing Bauble, stock up. Yeah. They're going to get in for some damage here for sure. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Twister. Okay, they're at 14. I don't know that I'm any closer to doing damage to them here, but can't quite get through. Yeah, they chose not to. Just really need to watch my time here. Down to 5 minutes, 50 seconds here. I mean, they have counter magic in their hand almost assuredly. It's a matter of how much they have. But if I can get rid of this Atraxa here, win this fight, force a will. Well, let's try and counter their force. It's going to be enough. All right. So we did have that game, guys, but we did not sideboard correctly. I missed the 2 cages, and I think we had the game wrapped up there. I really liked how we played it. Need to make one cut. Mindbreak Trap isn't amazing. I kind of like the double soul guide. Seal's important. Like, do I need 3 consigns? I don't hate it. You know, it's not a plan I used to utilize, but I don't hate it. Bowmaster traditionally isn't great, but I do need to pressure my opponent given my time constraints. Days is very reasonable on the draw. I think I'm going to cut a trap. Yep. Turn 1 cage. And then into a turn 2 frog. That's my hope. And be able to back it up with force and daze. Will require me to find another blue spell, but no, I will daze here if I have to. I do have double force going here, like force and daze. So I just think if they go for it, it's okay for me. I have to take a risk here. This flash. Wasteland. Another wasteland would be good. There you go. Wasteland. They could have abrupt decay here. Yep, that's what it is. A bit of a bummer, but we've still got some decent pressure going here, even if we lose the frog. What is this? Dismember. I can pay for Fluster, I believe. Forcing back. 2, 3, 4, 5. What if I discard here? 3, 4, 5, 6. They're one short. Here you go. An Oath of Druids won't do it. I do currently have a show and tell covered. All right, guys. I feel like we played that match well. We just made the mistake of sideboarding incorrectly. We moved our cages off to the side, did the rest of our sideboarding, and never actually pulled them in. I felt like we played that game too into a position where it was almost unlosable. But these things happen. We still got there despite a little bit unfortunate for our game win percentage to lose a game. Okay, won the die roll. I think Summer Troll's playing Oath of Druids as well, which is not really what we're gunning for today, but um, that's the way it's kind of fallen here so far. Null Rod's a dead card in this current hand. We do not currently have a counterspell. I just feel like we can do better than this. This is not much better against Oath, my goodness. I mean, I kind of got to keep this. Let's see if they can play into my trap here. A little bit unfortunate to run into Oath of Druids twice in a row. I don't know that Oath is overly well positioned. Okay, I don't know if this is Oath or not. Thinking long and hard about it. The ancestral me, I have the trap up. Hmm. Unfortunately, I have to try and win here. Oh, interesting. My break trap. Okay. Well, they're down to 3 cards here. Obviously, I would like to move towards my Lurrus, but I'm just going to have to hope that I'm stifling them here. Oh my goodness, guys. This is really quite unfortunate. Just got to get going about my business here. They have a hard cast my break trap here? No. Sage you in the yard, okay. It's devolved into an interesting game. Hopefully this resolves. And it does. It's a tough one. I really want force of will to be able to back my play up here, but I really like this Urza Saga and Demonic Tutor too. Yep, so good ancestral forest there. I'm liking all of these things that I have going on here. Sage, okay. I cannot respond to that. Well, I'm going to draw a card. My land here for sure. Okay, and I will pass turn. I don't feel like they have a Traxa, but I still am going to counter it. I just don't want to get involved with this. Tricky. Should be good from here, I would think. Okay, one more set of hits here. Let's get rid of those fatal pushes. My goodness. Okay. You know, the daze is actually not bad against this deck. Is there something that I think is less here? I mean, I could cheat on mana. Could I go down to 16 lands? It's kind of cheating. It's a bit mana heavy, and I might have to pitch my ancestral, but hopefully they do not put me in that position. I would not mind finding a Spell Pierce here. Force of Will. I think I am going to Bowmaster here. And if they want to force, I think that's fine. But we're going to get our game going. It is a little bit of a greedy line, but I think it's fine. I guess my question is, if I Ancestral here, I don't really want to play a land out if I'm going to Ancestral, but I probably need to because of Flusterstorm. But I like the idea of Wastelanding. I think I do it in their upkeep. Not a great set of cards, but I'm happy the Ancestral resolved, obviously. That's a little tricky. We got to get rid of the consign, right? Under City Sewers. Let's see if we can find another blue card. Don't think I want a Mox. Can I kill my opponent here? 7, I sure can. That might have negation. Okay, nice match win for us there. Okay, guys, here we're in round 3. We're on the draw, and we might be playing my mono white initiative given my opponent's most recent results. No Lurrus reveal. This is a pretty good hand against initiative in the sense that I can possibly get their turn ones. Like if they don't have a Chancellor here, this could be really good. No guarantees, but this hand has potential. Okay, no reveal. Oh boy. Okay. Hopefully they don't have a cavern. I mean, I'm going to get them with the trap on one of them at least, but if they have an ancient tomb here, there's potential for 2 plays, and we wouldn't want to see a cavern because we won't be able to get one of their spells. Well, that's not necessarily true. I can force the non-cavern one. Okay, I did not expect that. I guess my question is, do I want a wasteland here? Or do I want to move towards Lurrus? I feel like I can be patient for a turn. There's just so much upside if I draw land next turn and I get a Lurrus in play. Oh, man. Well, so this is shops. I kind of feel like I just need to get going here. Um, I'm not crazy about this, but land or a blue card. All right, so we're kind of playing off the top here. I really want a blue card here to counter a Golos. Oh, this is so painful, guys. Hopefully they don't find another land here. We are looking for any black source or a blue card for our force. Interesting. We're chipping away here. Black source. I think I let that resolve because it's going to help me. Now, obviously, it's scary. They're going to cast a Golos here. And we have to hope we can get this treasure cruise going here, or a black land for our bowmaster. Not good. We need them. I think we need them to miss here. Another Golos. Okay, well they're going to get me with the Golos here. We're not completely dead yet. I mean, Saga is going to put a lot of pressure on us. We did find one. I think the problem is time walking is not very good here. Okay, that's good. I would have loved to have found a wasteland there, but if I can get them to lose some crypt flips here, this will go a long way for me. Okay, thankfully I am able to counter that one. I hope they attack me, because I will attack back with my bowmaster. And like I would take it, going to 15. Yep. Yeah, so if they attack me back, I will attack them back. They will probably animate their saga, block my Orcish bowmaster, and then I can plunk them. It doesn't quite kill them. I can't imagine they attack. There are some things that go wrong here for me, but I think I'm going to time walk. I need them to lose a flip. It's not bad. I can't cast it, but I think we're going to have to win a flip in the next 2 turns. I just win here if they lose this flip. Like a sphere would be really bad for me here if they cast a sphere. A wasteland would be really bad for me. Okay. Ooh, that's not good. Smartly holding back here. I will block. Can I get them to lose a flip here? I mean, I could attack. I block my 2 bowmasters likely. What happens if I do that? If I attack them with the 2 bowmasters, like everything here, I lose 2 of my creatures, but if they do not block the orc army, I can kill them. I'm kind of just in trouble. I think I do it. I mean, it's risky. Maybe I don't. Is it getting any better for me, though? I think my best bet is the mana crypt flip because I might have to do some chump blocking here. They stacked correctly. They won. Not as bad for me. Yep. That does give me another way to win here. That will take 9. Too bad, eh? Okay. Can they lose the flip here, guys? I think I cast the null rod here. They can go search with their inventor's fair, but they probably want the life here, otherwise it kills them. I think they need to lose the flip. Okay, we got him. Close game. We definitely want consigns. I think all our removal is good. As much as I like null rod, I don't think it's what we want. I could see lantern being reasonable. Misstep, I think, is probably not great. We just have a lot of stuff here. I do, funny enough, think Spell Pierce loses some of its relevance when you're on the draw in these types of matchups. I think Gataxian Probe is probably one of our weaker cards. I think Daze is not where we need to be. I like Soul Guide Lantern, but I don't know that I have room for two of them. Dig Through Time, probably a hard one to cast. Time Twister, how do I feel about Time Twister? Could win me a game, but we need to make two cuts here. All right, we'll cut one Soul Guide Lantern. And a Dismember. Yeah. Their beginning was 7. Excuse me. You know, I'm kind of thinking I should be playing a third or fourth Mind Break Trap in my deck. It pitches to Force of Will, it pitches to Negation. Like, I just don't think it has ever been better than it is right now. And the security that it gives you is just so strong. This card just makes life so difficult for me. It's a good one. Very good sequencing from the opponent there. One of the reasons that I let this resolve was that I was thinking that I might have an option to wasteland them under their sphere here. Hopefully between the Mana Crypt and the Ancient Tomb, they can kill themselves. Maybe a little bit of help from my Bowmaster somewhere down the line. I'm hoping I do not have to force a will here. Patchwork Automaton. This thing is going to get big at some point. I think it's okay to force here. I'm going to get a swamp. Next turn I hold up Spell Pierce, I guess. It's a little bit of a tempo play. Hopefully this is not a Nettle Cyst. It is. Okay, well. We're going to take some damage here. But hopefully they don't have anything else, and this Crypt and Tomb continue to do damage. I'm not liking my chances much, but I have removal in my deck. Okay. I'm going to make them tap their Ancient Tomb. Once again, this is tempo, guys. Gonna have to get a little bit lucky here, but a removal spell changes everything for me. Guys, I can't take that hit. Now, if they lose the flip here and don't do anything, like don't cast anything. Okay. I think I take this hit. Okay. Nice win there. Okay, guys, here we are in round 4. On the draw, and unfortunately we are playing against initiative. Oh, Lurrus! Whoa, didn't expect that. Well, keeping this. Interesting. Wasteland might be good here. Can't quite do it all here. I would love to cast a double frog, but next turn we will cast double frog with Pierce backup. Do I want this in play? Oh, nasty. Okay. Very nice. Hexing Squelcher is not a fun card to play against. Okay. Let's see if we can find a removal spell for that Hexing Squelcher. Not a good draw. My hand was looking so good too. TO, yep. Okay. Smartly kept the Squelcher in play. I think we were really strong there had we not ran into a Hexing Squelcher. Yep. Cannot stop it. So we're very likely dead here. I guess a Null Rod would go a long way here. Removal would help. But my opponent has already done a lot of damage here with reference to resolving spells against me. Yeah, Jesus. All right. This game's over. I lost a Hexing Squelcher. I guess I should have countered that Mana Crypt. They can do Lurrus here easy. And cast a Mana Vault. Yep. Oh my gosh. Yep. Okay, Bowmaster could help here. Excuse me. Ah, yeah. Hexing Squelcher, man. I'm really lagged here. So I think Long Goodbye is fine. Momentum Breaker. Like, I don't want to have too much removal in my deck. I don't feel like this is probably necessary as Soul Guide, especially when I've got 3 Null Rod. I think I can cut a Swamp. Daze is more viable when I've got a 3 Null Rods. All right, guys. This is a tough matchup. It's a nice hand. Nice to have the probe here to potentially get a look at what they're doing. They do have a Force of Will. But they're otherwise going to play a land and pass. Okay. Into a Saga, I guess. We will do the same. We're going to get our Undercity Sewers here, and we're going to hope to find a land that we can protect our Ancestral. I think it's a super powerful card if we can resolve it. Don't want a Time Walk. We did hit. I don't really want to overdraw. Like, if they found a Pyro or a Fluster, I have the Pyro covered. Merchant Scroll. So they found a blue card. I have full information. Okay, great. Okay. Not crazy to let them have something here, but hopefully it's just a Mox. Got to be a bit careful because they've got the Anor here. Okay, Pyroblast. I think I'm going to Frog. I have the misstep for the Pyroblast. Saga is somewhat concerning, but I do have a dig through time I may be able to resolve. Okay. So they should flame now. It is unfortunate I have to try and force a will this, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig. So I have my own Saga. I still don't have an answer to their Saga, which is somewhat unfortunate. I could twist. I could take a twister here. I think I like that because I have the double Bowmaster. And I do unfortunately have to take, I guess, a Spell Pierce here. Interesting. Now they have their own misstep. Well, I mean, I have to misstep back. Obviously, they're going to get me with the Pyroblast here, but I think that's okay. I am glad to hit a land here. Here we go. Now, they're going to Pyroblast my Frog, and I think that's okay. Just have to hope to hit a blue card here. Okay, they have one unknown. Lurrus, okay. Perfect. So they're going to have the Saga here. They've got their Lurrus, but I don't care about that. I think I double Bowmaster and try and kill them here. Like, I think they're going to keep their mana up for their Saga. I'm going to kill this thing, right? Probably should have just actually plunked them. both of them, but I didn't know whether this one was going to resolve or not. Okay, so they've got the Flame of Anor here. What do they have in hand? Lurrus and an unknown card. So if I counter here, hopefully they don't have anything, and I can set up the kill here. Okay. Oof. I feel like Daze is probably the odd man out here. I might just bring something like a Snuff out. It doesn't hit Lurrus, but I can get rid of that Hexing Squelcher at the cost of a friendly 6 life. But this deck doesn't kill you with damage unless it's a late game, very late game with like a 4th Irolingus. So that's the instant speed and free casting cost is worth it. Okay. This hand is not great, but we have tools for certain types of hands they may have. Like, I'm hoping that they're looking at going in on a Squelcher here or something of that nature. I think given our hand, we have to try and get going here. Yes, we're vulnerable right now, but if they're going for a Lurrus plan, that's very good for us. Pio? I mean, that's not too bad. No Rot or Wasteland. Okay. Jack of Swords, hopefully not. Wasteland. Okay, don't like that. PO. Oh, this is a 4th. Yeah. So that's 14. Time Walk. I can put them on a crypt flip here. That's what I have to do. Time Walk, come on. Well, guys, let's see if we can win a flip. Yes! Wow! What a win that was, guys. We were so far behind. Those type of wins just feel fantastic because we were probably 5% to win that game from there. And we decided to empty our entire hand to keep our frog alive. Drew a negation, kept the land in hand to be able to cast it. We got their swords. They didn't have any other answer. Got them down and yeah, played to our outs. It was definitely a feel good. Okay, we did win the die roll this time. We're in round 5. We're playing against Jumba, who is traditionally a jewel player. Well, got one of my best sideboard cards against Jewel. The problem here is, guys, is if they go into a turn 1 Jewel, I could just die. I think I'm going to keep it. It's a bit of a risk, but it just has such a high upside for me if I can get it to work. And Null Rod with Wastelands is really good, so I have to hope my opponent does not hit a Jewel. A Ring I'm not as concerned about. So this does feel like a Jewel here. Yep. So this was worst case scenario for me. And this, of course, the card draw, the extra card draw really hurts because if they have found a Force of Will here, I'm in really bad shape. Okay, they're searching. That might be good for me. I guess it depends. Manifold Key, yeah, that's bad. They can PO still. A Ring I'm not concerned about. Oh, oh, I didn't. I wanted to search. I'm just in shock that I got to untap here. Well, let's hope they don't have a force of will, guys. Or negation for that matter. Well, they can't. They have to sacrifice their bauble in order to force. But if this resolves, we're not in the worst shape. Hopefully, this is a desperation search. Okay, it did get in. Now we need to deal with the Tezzeret. Okay. That was a good draw. Okay. The reason I'm doing it at the end of turn instead of their upkeep is I wanted to prevent them from getting a Metamorph into play if they had the mana to do it, which they do. So they have a force of will. We're going to force back. Okay. So really interesting game there, guys. Jewel typically has two ways that they really hurt you. It's Jewel and the ring. And I guess paradoxical outcome are the ways that they get you. And we took a big gamble on finding one of our best cards on turn 2, and our opponent went buck nutty on it. It was instantly one of the worst keeps I've ever had, despite it seemed to be reasonable at the time. It was a gambit, and I knew it. And our opponent went absolutely insane on us, probably played 10 permanents in turn 1, and somehow we got to untap after a Jewel and win that game. So we have to feel pretty good about that. I do not recommend you try that at home, kids. Now, it ends up getting tougher post board. Not sure what's going on here. I'm frozen. Because worm coils and masticores are how they get me. We don't need fatal pushes. We don't need a soul guide lantern. They are not on snakes. Need to make 3 cuts. So we can definitely cut a swamp. Our man is not going to be under duress. Daze is traditionally pretty poor, but I don't hate it. It's just the problem is this deck is so fast. If I get to untap and get a null rod into play, like it's pretty good for us there. 40 seconds. We need to make 2 cuts. Seal of removal. All my removal is very important. I like my creatures. Time Twister. I don't think that this is one that I want Twister for. And Misstep traditionally is not great against them, but it hits a key card in Vexing Bauble. I mean, it just got to be better than Cataxian Probe, right? Daze in a pinch, even when you don't have the Null Rod, can end up working for you. I don't typically like it on the draw, but so what do I think of this hand? I've got a counter spell, but I have no black mana. We can do better. Much, much better. I would like the ability to have the turn 1 Null Rod if I can. Hopefully it's not a ring, or a jewel. Ring I can live with. Mastercore is pretty rough for me. Okay. I mean, they're going to be low on resources. And guys, we have removal for this thing. Now, Worm Coil scares me. We have a chance to get rid of this thing here. I think I'm going to Bowmaster. I could just get in front of this thing for a turn or two. Like, I don't mind them discarding cards here. Oh, interesting. They brought Lattice into their main deck because I'm playing... that's kind of funny. Now, I hope they don't have a big follow-up here. This is a tiny bit greedy of me, but I feel like it's reasonable. And let's see if we can find removal here, guys. Okay. Feel like we're in a pretty good spot here. I will slam this Null Rod next turn. I'm not crazy about getting rid of that, but... Oof, nice. That doesn't matter. Next turn we can do Lurrus. And then we have a Momentum Lurrus loop. Okay, guys. That's going to be a top 8. We're 5-0, so feel pretty good about that. Okay, guys, here we are in round 6, playing Jake Up LVT, and this is likely a Demir Lewis mirror. I would think the way their deck is constructed, they're slightly favored because they have no Null Rods. They've got, like, so I have 2 main deck Null Rods, 2 main deck Mind Break Traps. They only have 1 main deck Mind Break Trap, 3 Force Negations. We have 4. They've got 4 Fatal Pushes. We have 3. They've got 2 Nihil Spell Bombs. We've got 1. They have 2 Thought Seizes in their deck. So it's kind of a tricky situation. Now, because they have those advantages, it doesn't mean that we're not able to swing with them. I'm just going to try an Ancestral during their turn. This will require a misstep or a Force of Will. Hopefully it's a Force of Will if they have a counter spell. They do have a Force. Brainstorm. Now the Mox is a big game here for them, because this can allow them to go off and get a frog into play on me. Hopefully it's just a time walk. Yeah, they've got good mana here too. I can't wasteland that. I could put a Null Rod on it, but that's obviously not winning. I feel like I need to seal here. I could time walk, but I'm not going to get the value out of my Saga. I think I'm going to do that. I'm just not going to get constructs. If they have the negation here, it is bad for me, but pretty awkward. Like this Undercity Sewers in my hand is just not a feel-good situation. I think that's fine. I may end up making a construct here. We'll see. I'm hoping they don't have mana here. Seal of Removal is good tempo, guys. They do have another land. Will they just fire it off? They do. I can get Lurrus, but it is my feeling they're probably going to have removal. I still feel like it's correct to do. I know they're post-ancestral right now. I wanted to play the seal. I mean, my question is, do I play Null Rod here? I feel like I do. This makes my Spell Pierce more viable, potentially. Like, I'm just hoping they go frog pass. Yep. Okay. I do like how they're playing their mana here. They're playing smartly. It's very likely a negation here. And they very likely have a spell pierce as well. But there's only so much we can play around here. They do have a spell pierce, yep. So they did get my removal spell. I don't think I'm keen to wasteland them here. Because if I get wastelanded, it's bad news for me. I'm already behind on time. Something to be cognizant. Mirrors can be tough. Not thrilled to let it through, but I can't block it. Hopefully not a treasure cruise. It is a treasure cruise. So we are being badly outvalued this game. Yep. They got my Lurrus. If they have a force here, there's not much I can do about it. Well, there is. I could play the negation, but I do have the potential here to set up a twister. If everything goes unaccosted, now it's asking a lot. They have their own bowmaster, yep. So that plan is out the window. Probably discard and fly. Yep. Cannot block. Just pull Lurrus here as my guess. A little bit awkward. Should have wastelanded first. Just to save my pride here, I'll untap and wasteland like it was part of my plan altogether. Where this was a mistake was I don't really want them having cards in their yard to fly. They're psychic frogs, so a little bit of an error there. We're basically playing the clock here, guys. We're just going to try and stay ahead of my opponent. I'll be dead here in short order, but 10 seconds up here, guys. I know it seems like a funny thing, but it all joking aside, it can come down to time. I beg your pardon, excuse me. It's interesting how lopsided this became. My opponent drew, got the ancestral off, then the treasure cruise, and just yeah, really bad news for me. I'll make my opponent trigger all the stacks here. We're dead next turn. They probably got a counter anyways, but I hope they don't. All right, we were able to save a minute of time there, gain a minute of time when we were a couple minutes behind at the beginning of the game. Now, we get a lot better post board. Of course, they do too, but we get rid of a substantial amount of our chafe here. Definitely don't want mind break traps. Now, certainly we want fatal push, we want long goodbye, we want momentum breaker, and we want dismember. I do think we want the extra soul guide lantern. And what we don't really want are negations. Now, it looks like we're in a position where we're going to need the negations here. Just simply as a byproduct of we don't have enough sideboard slots, which is not optimal. Like we could bring in a consign over a negation, be able to stop like a bowmaster trigger or a frog trigger or something of that nature. But I don't think it's worth it. Negation's still fine. It's not a card you really want in the mirror, but it can be clutch. If you're ahead and you have that keys counterspell, it can be a big deal. How do I feel about this hand? It's probably fine. My mana is a little bit suspect. We've both kept. I will take a look here. Okay, so they do have the strip mine here. I'm not thrilled about that. I need to protect my underground sea here until I get to demonic. I could have brainstormed, but I think I value the demonic more. So they're going to try and set their frog up here. I think I want Ancestral. They do have that frog. I think I want Ancestral. It's a bit greedy of me not to get something like a Long Goodbye. I hope that they just Merchant Scroll here next turn and go and get their own Ancestral set up like we did. Let's see, though. This is a fairly important turn here. My opponent's hand is not great, but if the frog is left uncontested, that could be a problem. I'd love it if they wastelanded me here. Yep. They can Merchant Scroll here. And yep, so this is exactly what I want to see because I have the misstep. I don't think I play too scared around them. I mean, like, maybe I just double waste them. The problem with that is that they could just go Saga. I'm just going to do it. I'm not scared. Okay. Now I hope they cast the frog. I don't know if they'll have mana to do it, but they do. Yep, it's in. I will kill it right now. I'd love to go and use my Brainstorm or my Filter Land, but I don't want to turn negation on, and I want my negation to be on. Now, I know they have a Fatal Push here. Fantastic. They still have a Strip Mine here. Still got a game here. Hopefully they don't have a Pierce here. That would suck. Just pull Lurrus to hand. They have a second push. So close yet so far, guys. Okay. Can't stop it. Okay. Geez, I hope I stacked those right. And don't. That's probably fine to play this out. Now they're going to strip mine me here. That's my hope, and then I'll play into Saga. Very close on the clock here, within 5 seconds of each other. Very nice. Well, I will make them pay, and then I will daze. Can't really play Saga here. That's okay, though. Because they've got the strip mine up, and I also need to be able to cast the frog here. I hope they strip me, but they may not because they're holding out for Lurrus here. The damage is kind of done, so they just might not strip mine me here. Yep. This is just going to be a long goodbye, very likely on my Lurrus. Could be a time walk. Time walk does not seem very good though. They got one card in hand, soon to be two. I have to presume they just really want to get rid of my Lurrus, which is a good play. I can't stop it. Yep. Uh, yep, got to play it out here. I wanted to hold out as long as I could, but I want to be able to actually hardcast this Force of Will, and it's going to cost me my Saga, but that's okay. I'm drawing cards every turn. I just really need to be able to stop removal. Lurrus. Yep. Wouldn't be averse to a blue card here. Or that. That's fine. I think I might counter that. I kind of value what I have here. This is kind of crazy, I know. And if they spell pierce it, so be it. But if they're going to resolve their Lurrus here, they're in a world of hurt because that means I have two ways to remove it. Can hard cast negation. This is what I was talking about. One of those situations where it can be relevant. Now, this is not a critical situation because I do have another removal spell here as well. Uh, is their Saga gone? It is. Okay. Like how that game played out. Now, I am of the opinion that Time Twister is not a card you really want to be running in a mirror match. But that said, if you are able to set it up, it can win you the game outright. We just don't have any real better options here. Very nice hand. Don't have creatures, but as long as they don't plop a turn one frog on me or orc, I'm good. This hand is nice. We've both began with 7. Messed up is a valuable card here in this situation because they could just have a turn 1 ancestral. What a draw. I just can't resist. If they want to fight over this, I mean, awesome. They do. Sure. They have Wasteland. Okay. They have no counter spell. Sure. Something very nice here is I have the luxury of getting an island now because I have the jet. And that protects my land here from the wasteland. And we'll ancestral myself and hope it resolves. And it does. I could dig 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm good to do that because I have the Bowmaster. My mana's surprisingly awkward. Um, I guess I'll take the Underground Sea. That wasn't great. Okay, nice win there. A clean 6-0 through the Swiss guys. Let's hope we can keep it running here. Okay, guys, here we are in the top 8. We're, of course, on the play as top seed. And the unfortunate thing is we've run into mono white initiative. And mono white is a pretty tough matchup, but we did come prepared today. Does this do anything? I might have a turn 1 counter. Turn 2 null rod, slow them down. Maybe a key strip mine. But then what? And what if they just drop a void mirror on me? That's pretty bad too. All right, we're going to have to get a bit lucky here. Given there's no Chancellor here, I think this is an opportunity for us to do an Undercity Sewers. I definitely like that card. So I'm going to let that one resolve. So what I'm scared about here, guys, is a cavern. I just have to let it resolve. And it is a cavern. Yeah. Archon. Yep. So a bit punished for my line here. I can't stop it. Okay. Actually, I better not do that right now. I better see if I need to counter something. I'll take my 2. Hopefully they're stuck here. They're not. Another Archon. Wow. I can't stop that either. What's horrific for me here? I'll have to get a basic island here, I think. Double Archon here is pretty tough. Like, if they didn't have the second Archon here, we would have been totally fine because we could have forced whatever it was they were playing. But as it turns out, we are in some trouble here. Yep, no play. Okay. I want to keep filling my delve here. We'll discard the Soul Guide Lantern, of course. Yep. Not crazy about this situation because I'm putting myself on even life terms here, but just have to hope that they don't have swords. Look at this going. And this time I will play the Strip Mine out because it will turn on my Fatal Push if I can find one next turn off of the Treasure Cruise. All right. This is a Seasoned Dungeoneer. I can daze this. I just want to be able to get through for damage here. I think I am actually going to daze. We need to find a Fatal Push, folks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play this island. Keep my black man open. Did find one. I can actually not do that, and I can play a Psychic Frog. Problem is that my thing is turned on right now. And I guess I can do that next turn. Oh, I've already played my spell this turn. All right. That didn't work out perfectly, but I guess it's probably better to have a pitch spell here. Yeah. Damn those Archons. And that is their spell for the turn. Hopefully they wasteland me. That would be nice. This just keeps me alive here. Nice. I can kill my own bowmaster here. And then, well, I can only cast one spell. Yeah. They will chump block if I attack. Then I can get rid of the other one. This is precarious for sure. I want the life gain here. I think I'm willing to give Lurrus up here. So the question I have is, do they have removal? Because if they have removal, it's pretty bad for me, but I just feel like I need to get trying to win here. Well, the problem is, by doing that, I can't get rid of this. Do that first, then we time lock. That's it. I think that's fine. Turn on my fatal push. Here we go. Okay, really nice win for us there. All of this removal comes in. Get rid of a Soul Guide Lantern. I could see some consigns coming in. Maybe not. Misstep is fine. Daze is not optimal on the draw, but maybe you could cut that. Spell Pierce is suboptimal on the draw for sure, too. Now we've got 9 solid removal spells in our deck. I've got no removal. I have the force. Once again, if Chancellor comes down, it's not great for me. But I have a turn 2 frog here. With good mana. Now, Pearl isn't great, but it does speed me ahead. Okay. Once again, much like our first hand, like we're taking a little bit of a gamble here. Okay, no Chancellor. This gives me a little bit of a break. Obviously, I'm tempted to wasteland it, but I'm going to try and counter their play here instead. So this is where this gets scary, because if they have a cavern, it's really bad for me. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. It's how desperate are they? Like they're going to put one card underneath it, putting them down to 3. They're going to play another land and into whatever it is they're going to try and cast. It's a matter of do they have a cavern here or not. I think I'm going to gamble. I'm so tempted to counter it, but I can just lose if they have. I remove my counter spell. Like if they don't have the cavern, it's good for me, and they do have it, so we get burned. Okay, so this is good. This shuts off their Chrome Mox. Okay, I think like I don't know. Do I get a basic island here and just not have to worry about my mana? Do I just leave it? Like filtering is pretty good because if I find something, like I kind of want to wasteland them here, but I think I have to get a Psychic Frog into play. With that being the case, I am going to filter. Removal. That is not good. Now, I can't pump my frog up with the Clarion Conqueror in play, but if they can't make any plays or they don't have another follow-up here, they do. But we have a counter for this. Which is pretty big. But they can't really attack, right? Because I'm going to be drawing cards. I can pull Lurrus here. Definitely take their white source here. Okay, and next turn we can potentially dig through time. No, not quite. Almost, but we can do Lurrus. So that is pretty good. I do think I do it. Now, I'm not crazy about opening their mana up to them here, but I think it's okay. I guess I'm wondering, should I play my land here? Yeah, because I want to be able to, if they have a swords. Okay. Another dragon. Card. I can just counter card. I don't feel like there's any reason to let that into play. Who knows what they've got in their sideboard? I don't think much, but feel like we're taking over here. This should work perfectly, allowing us to cast Bowmaster. Okay, so we got Force of Will. And I do like Seal. Seems to make sense to me. All right, I feel like we're pretty well got this wrapped up here. All right, off to the semis, guys. A really nice win versus Mono White Initiative. Okay, guys, here we're in the semis. I think we're playing up against Sphere Shops. Really nice hand. Opponent down to 5 cards. Possible, could this be bizarre? I mean, I've played this player a couple times in leagues, and they've been on shops both times. Frog is really good. I feel like I can do it next turn. Let's see what happens. Okay. I don't really want that in play. I think that's a reasonable target to hit here with the Spell Pierce. Oh, how nice. It's a hard attack for them. I guess it depends how many artifacts they put out. Golos. Okay, let's see if they attack in. It'd be a brazen attack. I wouldn't block, but So what happens if I attack in? Do I want to discard cards to this thing to kill it? Let's see. Not thrilled about it if they block, and they did. It's a lot of mana. Do I want to wasteland them? Like a big snake is somewhat of a problem for me. I think it's okay to wasteland here. Another Golos. Oh, Mystic Forge. Okay. That is a good one. Ooh, look at them. Yep, that is pretty brutal. They're going to draw 2 cards. What happens if I have to discard one here? I don't think it's a big deal. I'll figure it out. I'm going to take a couple damage here. But what this allows me to do, I mean, I can just kill this thing in the upkeep, but do I just demonic tutor here? So I can just kill this thing with the Bowmaster if I so choose to. Or I can just kill them with the Bowmaster, like in Time Twister. Why don't we just wasteland? I understand that the Forge there is going to do some work, but that's okay. They have an Ancient Tomb and a Mana Crypt here. Like, that's really dangerous. And it'd just be a very small corner case of them being able to, I guess, really go off on me here. It would be low prevalence. Yep. Not bad. Okay. I like all my removal in this matchup. Could see another Soul Guide Lantern perhaps come in. Let's see. Daze is fine to come out. We have a lot of stuff we have to take out here. Twister is fine. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. What did we do versus Shops earlier? Did we play Shops today? I feel like we did. I guess Probe would come out. Misstep is not great. Four cards. I guess Dig is difficult to do sometimes when you're on the draw. Maybe just cutting the Soul Guide is a necessary evil. I think Misstep is probably on the low spectrum of relevant. I think Spell Pierce is less effectual on the draw. Okay. And of note, my opponent mulliganed quite low that game. Shops is a close matchup. It's risky. I'm going to keep it though. Mindbreak Trap is really good. Crucible, I just can't in good conscience let that resolve. All right. Well, I was hoping for a little more of an explosive start from them to play on my trap. This is not optimal, guys. I'm glad I drew a land, though. I suspect this is going to be a sphere. What scares me is I haven't seen a land yet. And I'm fearful of getting wastelanded, but that's the hand I kept. Okay, well, that's good for me. What a draw. I think I long goodbye that thing. Yeah, we want that. Long goodbye is very good against the patchwork. Yep. That's in. Yeah, that's pretty scary. Ooh, a workshop. Yeah, that's pretty rough on me. Oh, crack is nice. Only insofar as I get a wasteland. Like, yep, wasteland. All right. Well, we're in kind of bad shape here. The Mystic Forge is going to cause me issues, especially with 9 mana. Wasteland. Yep. I'm going to take that hit because if I can find a twister, will be really powerful. Yep. Big snake is tough. Mystic Forge is one of the few cards that would put my opponent in this position. We're just losing straight up to it. I think Needle. Okay, I can't counter that. Like they're gonna put it on Wasteland. I'm gonna have to use Strip Mine to try and get rid of the Caracas, or I'm just not gonna be able to use Lurrus, or I'm gonna need critical mass of lands to make casting it and using my stuff worthwhile. This is looking very bleak, but there are some hits that will get me there. Psychic Frog. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'm glad they didn't put it on Wasteland because I want to kill their Caracas. Yeah. Not happy to counter it, but I'm kind of finding that I'm all in here on this time twister. That sphere wreaking havoc on me. Yeah, it's a tough matchup, guys. I mean, we're not dead yet. That is pretty bad news for me. Yeah, that is going to be the icing on the cake. I can't get through. I need to be able to twister and kill their guys. I guess technically I could. Oh no, I can't use my fat shear. Going to one. Yeah, that's a. You're gonna have to get lucky. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't even have enough mana to cast a twister. All right. So play is a little bit different because our counter spells and things are going to be up. And look, we kept a weak hand that game. In all honesty, I'm just not sure what to cut. Like all the cards here are very good against shops. Like I don't really want to cut Time Twister. It's one of my true ways to be able to like come out from a really bad position. Maybe I cut Brainstorm. I don't know. We just have so many good cards. Yeah, turn one frog is pretty good. That's exactly what I need. All right, here you go. Psychic Frog is going to get shut down here. I don't really like that. Get my basic island here. A little bit risky because of my snuff out, but I will have one next turn. See if they have the luxury of wastelanding me here. Yeah, Crucible is good. I cannot stop it. I'm going to have to attrition them out here. I don't think I'm going to discard any cards here currently. Oh, that was a good one. Do I want to use it for a Force of Will instead? I might. Yep. I'm going to try and temple them out here. Just have to be careful around my snuff out because it's a key card for me. Okay. I'm just wondering, can I discard the Force in the Undercity? Quite eager to get damage in here. But what happens? I just don't know that I can do that. I think I have to be patient. Okay. They can double waste me here. I mean, they can cast their stuff. I can't do anything. I guess I should have... Well, I wouldn't have known that I could have Force of Will up. Okay. Karn. Karn is reasonable. Pithing Needle. Their Ancient Tomb will be shut off as this stands here. This will be 6, putting them to 2. I think it's very reasonable that I'm going to get wasted off my swamps here. But I think it's worth keeping the snuff out. Yep. Right? 3, 4, 7. Yep. Okay. Put it on Wasteland. Okay. Okay, guys, off to the finals. Let's see who we're playing against. I'm really hoping it's not Jake LFVT because we're playing a mirror. Yeah, it is Jake. Jake and I played in round 6. This time I'm on the. Well, I think I was on the play actually when we played too. I can't remember now. But yeah, I think they're slightly favored if you didn't watch that part of the league in round 6 because they have a different setup than I do. Like I have two main deck mind break traps. They have and two main deck null rods. They have one main deck mind break trap. They've got two. They've got a fourth fatal push. They've got two thought seizes in their main. They've got an extra soul guide or relic. I can't remember which one it is. And what else is it that they have that's slightly different than me? Oh, I've got a fourth negation. They only have three, and of course, negation isn't great in the matchup. So, in game one, they're slightly advantaged, but of course, that's not how these mirrors work all the time. It really, I think, my experience playing mirrors is who's the aggro, who's the one who can stick the creature, and win it that way. The Mox on turn one is really big, so there's a lot of situations where the tables can flip. But anyways, guys, let's see if we can take this down. Okay, guys. Yeah, this hand is nice. Obviously, my daze isn't there, but we're going to keep this one. Having the fast mana is important, and do I want a time walk here? I'm totally fine if they counter this. Gonna get it in now, proactively. Now I'm a little low on resources here, but way ahead on the table. Hopefully they just have a slow start. Love to have an island here, or an underground sea, or a delta, or a misty. If they want to wasteland me, I think that's okay. And the reason I did it this way, guys, I'm not protecting my Lurrus mana currently, but I want to be able to wasteland them if they go for an Undercity Sewers, and this dissuaded them from doing that. And we currently have days if they go for something like a Bowmaster or a Frog, we have some insulation here. Now, they may wasteland me because they want to keep me off of Lurrus, and yep, that might work, but it will only do so temporarily, or that's the hope anyways. Basic, yep. Wasteland, okay. Time walk. I am going to stop that. And if they want to force here, I think that's reasonable. Okay. I mean, do I have to hide? What if they kill my Lurrus? I have a misstep here. I just think it's worth going for it. I am going to misstep them or waste them here. I think the misstep gives me some levity to do this. And like if they have a Pierce as well, yeah, I mean, what am I going to do? But we got to try and win. And of note, like I can send my creature back with the seal. The misstep is kind of the glue holding this together, but so this feels like a telegraph bowmaster here. We have our own bowmaster. And that's pretty good too. Yep. Great. Guess we recast the seal, right? Think so. Protecting our Lurrus is important, and I feel like we're really ahead on the board here. Frog won't do anything with the seal, at least now, anyways. And Misstep once again is holding us together. And I think if we get to untap intact this turn, we're in pretty good shape. I'm not thrilled about letting it in. But drawing a card is extremely dangerous right now off the Nihil. So if they're just going for value, it's not great. And once again, like the removal here is not phenomenal. And we can cast a Bowmaster that they kill at instant speed. So let's see what they're doing here. Yep, Psychic Frog. Okay. I think we get priority. No, we don't. I guess I could have just killed them there. Ancestral them. It was a bit sloppy. But I feel like we're in a pretty dominant position here. It's a tough spot to get out of with 4 cards in hand. I got their frog. I'm just not really worried about the frog at all. Yep. I don't feel like I need to tap out here. The Undercity's nice, but I've got a Bowmaster covered. Okay, so I think that game was an example of the Moxen really mattering. It just allowed me to get far out ahead from my opponent there. Okay, so we want these. We want Dismember. Do not want Null Rod. We do want the Soul Guide Lantern. Daze is fine. So we definitely don't want traps, and I think negation is pretty weak here. Okay. All right. Force of Will up. We've got a Swamp Saga double push. Yeah, that's pretty good. Like, it's a little bit unorthodox, but it's got the tools here. Obviously need to find some blue mana here, but yep, it's in. So when I say having a Mox, on-color Moxes are far more powerful than the Mox Pearl. Now, this could be a Bowmaster, assuredly. I think I'm okay with that. And I don't feel like I need to Fatal Push this. Because we have our own Bowmasters, and it deals very cleanly with their Bowmaster. Now, where this would be really awkward is if, well, I guess it's not awkward if they try and twist me or something. Here's a Thoughtseize, and this is unfortunate. This feels like a Thoughtseize. Ooh, nice. That's scary, actually. Lurrus, okay. We're not in a great spot here. I hope I find another land. I guess my question is now, do I bowmaster now? I don't think so. I think like the life is not that integral here, but I can have my hand forced here with a wasteland. But I also want to play around spell pierce if I'm able to with the Lurrus. Maybe they're just going to play Saga. I don't know. They did have the wasteland. Okay. They have another bowmaster and want to give up their Saga here. I'm totally fine with that. They do. Okay. I think that's a good a win for me if they do that. Yep. I really want to get an underground sea here, but I'm very worried about getting wastelanded. And they are going to. I have to watch myself not to get pithing needled here. They're just floating. It's awkward. Okay, Lotus. So they will be able to very likely protect their Lurrus here. Do I force? I feel like I do. I'm not likely to win this, but I do have Spell Pierce covered. Hopefully they did not find another Bowmaster. I will put it all on there just to make sure that that happens. But like, hopefully they didn't find a force either. They did. And they have 2 mana available to them. It's kind of brutal. Two bowmen in the yard. Yeah, no mana available to me, unfortunately. If I can find a way to trigger my revolt, this is a good opportunity for me to. They have bowman. Damn it. Maybe it's okay. Maybe I just live with that. They have Spell Pierce up too. And they're just going to pierce this. Make them make a mistake. Pretty bad. We've lost this game for sure. It was close though. Like I felt like there was a juke back and forth there, and of course them having the ancestral in response to my force of will on their Lurrus was obviously backbreaking. Despite we were able to get a Bowmaster trigger off there, but they were just able to, with the floating Lotus mana, recast a Bowmaster from the yard and kind of taken over from there. And we missed on triggering revolts. Like I feel like this was a good opportunity for us to do that. If we found a fetch land, they couldn't have done anything there. We would have got their Lurrus and we would have been in this game. It's quite likely over, but not 100%. Yep. Yep. Demonic Ancestral, they can. They use their Ancestral? They have already, yeah. Yeah, they're just going for the kill here. Makes sense. All right. I mean, they've got the demonic. It's pretty bad for me. They can just probably go get a removal spell and I'm dead. But now they need a black mana source in order to do that. But the following turn they can have it. But I will try and get it, or they can go and get a twist. Oh, they do have it. Okay. So Mox is looking good here. Just a treasure cruise. Once again, similar to game round 6, I am playing the clock here a bit. We are up a couple minutes, and I do think that's worthwhile. Now, my own Bowmaster here keeps me alive, you know. All right. Should have left the other Bowmaster there to make them do all their triggers. Oh, yeah. Okay, going to a game 3. I like the way we're set up, guys. Okay. Not crazy about my hand, but it's not bad. Okay. I will do this as well. Undercity Sewers. Okay, Demonic in the yard. Because I'm planning on trying to time walk here. Perhaps, anyways. We'll see what happens. See if it works. They might negate. They didn't. Love a blue card here, guys. Okay, here you go. Okay. Ooh. Doing it. Let's hope they don't have anything. This is a tempo play by me, and it's risky. Like, do I want to twist here? Like, I don't know. Do I? I don't think so. I think I just get a sapphire. Let's see what they got. Okay. Very likely a Bowmaster. Okay. Can I twist here into open Bowmaster mana? I don't think I have to. I'll draw a card if they Bowmastered there, but they didn't. I'm fainting like I have a Spell Pierce rather than I have the push, trying to take them off my scent. I think, do I want to sack this thing? I feel like I should maybe. Okay. Okay. I don't think I attempt to do it here. A little bit flooded. Brutal. Already played a land. It's not good for me, guys. I feel like I'm losing here. I kind of went all in on that saga and it was risky. It's not over yet, but I'm not feeling good about it. Any removal here is pretty bad. I'm going to have to end up using Twister, presuming I can resolve it. Yep. They did play a Delta here, so a Fatal Push will kill my Lurrus. Let's hope that they didn't find it. Yep. A bowmaster here would be sweet for me if I could find a bowmaster and try and twist. Sure, I'll block. Okay. Yep, we got a twist, guys. That was not very good, was it? They did not discard cards to their guy either, which is pretty lucky for me. That was a real brick of a time twister. My God. Hopefully theirs is worse. This tells them I don't have removal. I'm just not in a position to force a will this. I'm not going to think too much about it. Well, don't really want them having it. Here goes nothing. Maybe I should have thought about this a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I couldn't have hard cast force and dug. What's this? Well, let's give it a go, guys. We're doing our best. Had a pretty good counter war there. I can remove their frog and cast a Bowmaster. It's got to be it, right? What happened? Somehow playing Magic here. Let's just hope they don't have anything here. Okay. Frog, Bowmaster, Treasure Cruise. Wasteland would even be okay. Okay, Force is not great. We need some help, but we're still playing here. Play it out to play around Pierce. Oof. No. No, no, no. No, they're going to force. Wow. Okay. I cannot stop it. frog? Yeah. Okay, well, okay. I am going to need a removal spell here. Or treasure cruise. I used ancestral. I have not. That gets me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. A little bit of a anticlimactic finish there. We're going to be the runner-up today, and that's okay. We fought hard, and my opponent got revenge on us from the Swiss in the finals there. And yeah, really interesting. I'll have to go back and take a look at it. I made a really aggressive line there to not get wastelanded and ride my saga tokens. And I think in hindsight, that was probably a mistake. We were in a pretty reasonable position there of being able to untap and cast a frog and go off from there with likely a force backup. But that said, we almost squeaked back into that one in the end there. We had about 3 or 4 turns where my opponent was faltering, and we could have found any number of removal spells or creatures. We did rightly fight over the Black Lotus. My opponent was mana screwed, and of course the frog is what got us in the end. So almost. But that said, guys, I got to tell you, this list is really smooth and super honed for the metagame. I like the main deck Mindbreak Traps. I think they're excellent. There is an argument for running 3 of them. I just think they're good all the time. And when you're on the 8 force plan, you can always pitch a Mindbreak Trap. Maybe excessive, but I like them that much. The double rods were at least really good for us in one game in the Swiss. I don't know whether that justifies running 2 main or not, but finding that rod was very key. And when you're running around in a PO Raker Jewel world, they're very good. But where they're not good is in mirrors. And yeah, unfortunately, a little bit of a weakness when you're playing against Esper or UB Lurrus Control. But yeah, guys, not a whole lot to say about the list. I felt like it ran great today. And yeah, as always, I do appreciate you hanging out, and we're going to see you next time.